Can we all please be seated? We're starting off in 1 minute. Can we all please be seated? Our judges don't bite. No matter how much they look firmly, they don't bite. I'd also want to say a very, very big thank you to the team behind today's event. Thank you very much for that applause. Thank you. I want to warmly welcome you to the Female Founders Growth Program Demo Day put together by FSDH Women in Business. Yes, a round of applause for FSDH Women in Business. And we're doing this in partnership with IFC and Weave Capital. And the goal of this is to ensure that we empower female founders and tech startups who have been doing well, ensuring that we create a venue for them to be ready for investment opportunities. And not only are we creating that avenue for them to be ready when their helper locates them, we're also giving them an opportunity to network. In this room this evening, we're going to be having some potential investors that just might be investing in some of the businesses that will be pitched here today. And also we have the grand prize of $10,000, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that translates to in Naira right now, don't you? That's a lot of money. My name is Olive Emodi, and I'm always excited to be hosting here for FSDH Women in Business Initiative, and wherever there are a number of women, I'll be more than happy to be there. So thank you so much, FSDH Women in Business Initiative, for having me. I'd like to also mention that we are, of course, on social media at FSDH Bank. So please, as you're making videos, encourage us, post our clips, let us know that you're having a good time here. Post them on social media at FSDH Bank. Without further ado, we'll go into the business of today. But before then, I'd like to ask, I know that some of us who are pitching today came with family members and friends here. So we're just going to do a dry run. How many of us came here to support our family members, friends? You're the only supportive person. Ooh, Can we please put our hands together for the families and friends that came to support us? So we're going to do a dry run. You're going to imagine that I'm coming to pitch, because this applause, they need it to encourage them, all right? So you're going to imagine that we're calling a female founder to come and pitch, and I want to hear the way in which you would applaud her. Can we do that? Ladies and gentlemen, our first female founder to pitch today is the one and Olive Emodi. I like this audience. You get the memo. You get the memo. Thank you very much. Now, to officially welcome us here to our demo day is the MD CEO FSDH Merchant Bank. Please give a resounding applause as I welcome Mrs. Bukola Smith as she comes for her welcome address.
Thank you. Olive is always at her best, eh? Yeah. Great. So it's really nice to see you all, and nice to be here. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to a wonderful experience this evening. I am, and I'm sure that you will all have a good time. So they prepared a speech for me, so I'll just basically read it. but let's go. So it's really nice to be here this evening, and I would like to just extend my warmest regards to our esteemed guests, investors, technology ecosystem stakeholders, our partners at IFC. Thank you so much, and the incredible team of Wave Capital. Where's Amaka? She's somewhere around. Well done, and thank you. Nice to have you all. I'd also like to specially welcome our pitch judges for the day, and also to specially welcome the amazing women that have made it possible for us to be here today, the courageous and exceptional female founders. I think that they deserve a round of applause. Well done, ladies. Well done, well done. I think you're all winners, so irrespective of what happens today, I think that you all deserve to be celebrated. A very lovely evening to you all, and welcome to the Female Founders Growth Program Demo Day. Today for me is a very, very proud moment, and also for each and every one of us at FSDH, as we mark another milestone in our commitment to supporting the growth of the female economy. Today is very important to us as a business because we will together be watching female founders pitch after several weeks of business readiness training, coaching, and mentorship. I was speaking to some of the female founders this evening when I came in here. One of them said to me that it was very stressful. But I said to her that stressful but positive stress. And she accepted that it was positive stress. I'm sure you can all admit to that. It was positive stress. And I know that the impact on your businesses is going to be lifelong. And I know that you all stand to benefit from this. We understand the complexities that business owners face running a business in Nigeria. And I was speaking to the country director of IFC. Say that, look, in Nigeria, it is difficult to run a business. And really, anyone that is successful, you have been in that business running it for 2 years and above, I think you deserve a round of applause, because Nigeria itself, has a way of just, make things can be very tough for a lot of people. So well done. The conditions are, in our view, even tougher on women, and the most prominent being access to funding. Female business owners who are players in the tech space are not spared in this race. They are faced with the same challenges and even a bigger hurdle to scale, as their funding needs are even more ambitious and require larger capital depending on the scale of their solutions, whether in health tech, fintech, edutech, agri-tech, all the various techs that we have, and more will still come. So the challenges are great. Research shows that out of about $142 million Nigerian startup companies raised in 2022, female-led startup attracted just about $24 million. So very, very small percentage. This is not a fair or balanced distribution, especially in a country where about 41% of SMEs are owned by women. These same SMEs contribute about 48% to the country's GDP. The narrative is what we at FSDH are working tirelessly to control, to correct. So it's going to take a while, but we believe that once we start this journey, it will catch on, and hopefully other institutions also would come on the bandwagon, and we'll begin to see more people investing in the female economy. Our brand promise is centered around partnership, and this is why we are excited about the partnership with Wave Capital and with IFC on this journey to empowering female businesses, especially in the tech ecosystem, because we recognize the power of technology as a propeller, and technology entrepreneurship as a key to unlocking the next wave of industrial and economic growth in Nigeria. I was just talking with Amaka that this whole idea of partnership between Wave and FSD started over a breakfast meeting. So it was a breakfast meeting. Amaka and I had breakfast. There had been this introduction, and I said, look, why not let's have this breakfast meeting and see, just let me hear her out. And I sat with Amaka at breakfast, and we started bouncing different ideas. And voila, this idea came up, and I'm super happy that we are able to actually see this start and also conclude today. So thanks, Amaka, and thanks for also, bringing on the IFC into this and making it a success that we are seeing today. Can you give Amaka a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. The Female Founders Growth Program is a testament to our commitment to fostering inclusivity and empowering women in the female economy. In this inaugural cohort, 15 women-led startups were selected to partake in this program. However, today, they are no longer up to 15 because we had very strict rules, and just for our women businesses to understand that when we set rules, we mean it and we follow it. So today the numbers are down to 13, 12. So again, the 12 solid women started this journey and they finished it. I think again, they deserve a round of applause. And we'll continue to encourage the remaining 3. Maybe in the next course, we'll have them come on and continue what they started and have not been able to complete. So to all of you, these extremely phenomenal women tech founders who embraced this program and made it through the weeks of intensive training, I say well done and congratulations. Your resilience and determination to get ahead is truly, truly commendable. As you make your pitch today, I urge you not to see this as a competition, but another window of opportunity that has been open to you to learn, to grow, and also to network and to meet potential investors. And I urge you today to utilize it to the best of your abilities and to your own advantage. I express my greatest gratitude to our partners, Wave Capital and IFC, for supporting us through this program. To investors and all stakeholders here and online, your presence today signifies your commitment to the cause of empowering women. Your support is not merely an investment in businesses. It is an investment in the potentials of women to lead and create and transform industries. And as I take my seat, I leave you with this. Let this demo day be more than a moment. Let it be a charge. Let us continue to contribute to progress and also to become curators of a future where the entrepreneurial spirit of Nigerian women is not just acknowledged, but also given the right environment to thrive. And that's my charge to each and every one of us here today. At FSDH, we won't rest. We will continue to stay true to our commitments to continue to support and to impact the female economy and Nigerian economy at large, ensuring that every woman with an entrepreneurial dream has the opportunity to turn it into reality. We will try. We will not do well in some cases, but I'm sure to a large extent we will be successful at it. Indeed, when one woman succeeds, we all succeed. And as we say, as our mantra leads, together we achieve more. Thank you very much, and I wish each and every one of us a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very warm speech. You see, there's so much that can be achieved when we decide not to compete but to collaborate with each other. And after this, I'd just like to quickly mention that I'm available for breakfast meetings. Please ask for my complimentary card. I will show up, and I'm not very expensive. I would eat the cheapest meal on the menu. But thank you so much to Wave Capital and IFC for seeing the potential, just being able to make the amount of impact that we're making here today. And now for the opening comments, I'd like to welcome the Senior Country Manager of IFC. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Kalim Shah as he comes forward. That applause is not very encouraging.
I think everybody wants to get to the main event. So anyway, I'll be very short. It's a pleasure to be here today. I actually flew back in this morning, or this midday actually, from a trip that I was on, and my team had asked me to come and do this, and I said definitely, because we need to be supporting women in Nigeria. IFC, as you know, or you may not know, but has been supportive of women and women in banking globally. But this is very special, and I think it's very important that us, and myself particularly, be here today to support the entrepreneurs and to hear some of the pitches. I may not be able to stay for the full thing just because of my bit of jet lag, but I hope to hear some of the pitches and look forward to hearing what these women entrepreneurs are doing and what they've learned over the last several weeks. So I too also have something that is written by my team. So I will also follow Bukola's good stead and read it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure that I welcome you to this inaugural Female Founders Growth Program Demo Day. The Female Founders Growth Program is a collaborative effort between the IFC, FSDH Merchant Bank, and Weave Capital to empower high-potential female-led startups in Nigeria with comprehensive capacity building support, equipping them to secure vital investment capital. Thank you all for joining us here this evening as we celebrate the remarkable journey of these talented women entrepreneurs. This event marks a significant milestone, not only for the participants of the Female Founders Growth Program, but also for the tech startup ecosystem in Nigeria. Access to finance and other critical business growth resources limit women entrepreneurs who want to start and grow a business. SME Finance Forum highlights that women SMEs in Nigeria face a $21 billion credit gap. Empowering women entrepreneurs goes beyond creating successful businesses. It also is about driving social change and fostering economic growth. While at its core, the Female Founders Growth Program is about equipping women-led startups with knowledge, skills, and access to investment capital needed to scale their businesses. It is a key initiative towards redefining the role of women in technology and business, breaking barriers, and setting new standards of what female entrepreneurs can achieve. And it brings attention to the pivotal role the private sector can play in advancing gender equality and emphasizes the business case for corporate action to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. With Nigeria having the largest economy in Africa and projected to have the 5th largest population of the world by 2026, women account for half of the population and remain severely underrepresented in the country's private sector. IFC remains deeply invested in the growth and development of SMEs and is committed to support the development partnerships that improve women's access to opportunities in entrepreneurship, employment, insurance, corporate leadership, and digital economy. Our commitment to increasing female participation in the private sector is unwavering. In Nigeria, our efforts are geared towards creating opportunities for women in the private sector, fostering an environment where female entrepreneurs can survive and thrive. We recognize that empowering women in business extends beyond gender equality. It involves unlocking a wealth of untapped potential that can derive widespread economic and social progress. Thank you to FSDH again and Weave Capital, with whom we have collaborated on this program to deliver customized, intensive workshops and training sessions covering fundraising strategy, financial management, cash flow optimization, investment readiness in both debt and equity funding. Additionally, the participating startups benefited from personalized one-on-one coaching sessions with industry experts and consultations with seasoned professionals from renowned global institutions. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the female entrepreneurs and their tech startups for being selected for this program. Thank you for the incredible hard work in the program over the past 7 weeks. Your participation in this program is not just a recognition of your achievement to date, but a reflection of your unwavering commitment and passion. The journey of innovation and entrepreneurship is filled with challenges, and with your perseverance and creativity, you are leading the way in driving transformative change in the tech startup landscape. This evening is a celebration of your current achievements, setting the stage for an exciting journey towards greater success in the future. I look forward to witnessing the compelling pitches and innovative ideas that will be presented here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalim. And thank you very much for, being able to show up withstanding regardless of the fact that you've just come back from a trip. For some of us, the moment you come back from a trip, the only thing you can think of is sleep. And there is nothing, absolutely nothing that can pull you out of the bed unless it's money. And now to deliver the charge, I'd like to welcome someone who is a very vital part of today's celebrations. Earlier, when our MD CEO spoke about having breakfast, and I don't mean breakfast in the social media terms of having breakfast, we're talking about actual breakfast, but breakfast that birthed a very important program such as this one. She is also she's a lead advisor for our Female Founders Growth Program, and she's the founding partner with Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a very warm applause as I welcome Amaka Okechukwu Okpara for her welcome charge. I love it.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, my slides aren't up. Okay, so hello, everyone. It's really lovely to see so many familiar faces and also a lot of new faces here. So why are we here? We'll get to that. Do we have a clicker? Okay. Next slide. So we've talked a bit about some of the statistics, right? But I wanted to start by setting the scene on what's happening in Africa with this tech revolution. Tech is revolutionizing Africa today. Now, these are vanity metrics, right? When we talk about the value of VC deals, a lot of it is vanity, but the key thing I wanted people to think about here these investments are seeing. Next slide. So I'll talk a bit about the fundamentals, right? So this is really buttressed by key fundamentals. Africa is going to be 1.5 billion people, largest continent by population, thanks mostly to Nigeria, center of excellence, as Riwa likes to say. But what's also interesting, right, is that we're going to be exporting talent to the world, and today we'll talk about some businesses will showcase that. It's also very interesting to look at the pace and growth of mobile penetration, right? So you have more mobile phone users in Africa than you have in the US, than you have in Europe. And in terms of mobile money penetration, right, 70% of all mobile payments are within Africa. We're not just part of the charge, we're leading the charge, right? We also look at internet users, and again, similar things. Our internet might be not so great in some places, but it's improving. And we do have a lot of internet users. And then we've seen the increase in the tech talent in Africa. But why are we here? Next slide. Hello? Okay, so we're here primarily because the funding that is coming into this tech ecosystem is not coming in efficiently. So if we look at from 2013 to 2021, the golden years, we see that we roughly received $12.6 billion. How much of that went to, where did that go? So we had $10.3 billion went to all male tech founded teams. If you were a female founder and you are lucky enough to have a male co-founder, then you would, those got 1.7 billion. If you were this unlucky female founder group, where you were all female, you only got 550 million. And that is entire Africa for how many years is that? That's 8 years. It's abysmal. And I think the key thing to note is that when we even think about the funding coming into Africa in VC, that's only 1% of the global funding. So if you think about what small percentage of the funding that is coming to all female-led teams, it is really minuscule. So why are we here? Next slide. Does this picture change when we think about debt? Not really. It's slightly better, but not really better. So if you look at loans disbursed across financial institutions to women-led SMEs, it's 15% on average across sub-Saharan Africa. And a lot of it is driven by the fact that a lot of the structural issues that we see in the world are really reflected. So if you think about, what is the typical thing that people ask for when they're giving you a loan? They ask for collateral. But then if you look at, it's so difficult to first of all have a title. But out of all the title holders, female landowners are less than 10% of that. So we see that reflected again in access to credit. Why are we here? Next slide. I'll tell you a story. 3 years ago, when I was ruminating and thinking about, ideating about Weave Capital, I spoke to someone and I said, I think it's so important that we have, funding that is targeted at female founders, and we have, we set up a movement on gender lens investing. And the person told me, oh wow, what a great idea. It's really good CSR. And a lot of companies will embrace this as part of their corporate social responsibility. And I chuckled a bit because it was both funny and sad, right? And I knew the statistics spoke differently. So why are we here? Next slide. We're here because we are committed to banking and investing and backing bold female founders that are committed to spearheading innovation in Africa. That's why we're here. We're here to showcase the bankability of female-run businesses. They're not CSR, they're not charity. We're here to show you the money, really, right? And in doing so, also showing you the impact that you could have. At Weave, we are so committed to this, and it was such a refreshing conversation I've had with several different teams from the IFC, from FSDH, because there's so many great partners that are also equally committed to this agenda. So why are we here? Next slide. We're here because female-led teams are overperforming. They're not just performing on average, they are overperforming. When you see, we have not as much data as we would like, but we're compiling this data. But if you look at female-led teams, especially those that are VC-backed, and we looked at several portfolios, they generate 35% more ROI. That's a good and a bad statistic. It's a good statistic because it shows how efficient they are with very little funding, right? So that really is what that statistic is telling you. When you look at the amount of profit and money they're generating, it's over 12%, higher. And then you also have higher profitability. This was actually a fantastic gender lens report that was done by the World Bank IFC on this profitability gap. So I think the key thing is knowing that we're here because these founders are backable. Next slide. And in tech, we've seen different founders that have gone on to really create, with that less than 500 million, fantastic businesses, right? We see Savvy as an example, that is really changing the way we think about how we engage with small merchants. We've seen Jetstream, a company that is really digitizing trade and facilitating trade across the continent. And of course, Bamboo, that allows you to sort of invest. As some of the companies that have come out, right? Next slide. And that brings us to today. So we have partnered with two fantastic mission-driven institutions to really create this investment readiness program to support female founders and showcase their bankability. So over the course of today, you will listen to some of these all these fantastic female founders. They're all resilient, all have gone through a lot, all have raised very little, if at all any funding, and yet have been able to showcase and show profitability and show traction. And so that's why we're here. We're here to show you bankable female-led SMEs. And with that, thank you all once again. Look forward to a fantastic session. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. They will never silence my voice. See? All right. Yes, this is more like it. Thank you very much. Once again, can we please put our hands together for Amaka Okechukwu-Okpara. The numbers there, there's nothing more to say. The numbers are very telling of what is and what is achievable, what we have and what we can make of what we have. Now, it's important that we acknowledge a certain group of people who are the ones that will determine the grand prize winner for today, and these are our judges. In acknowledging them, I'm remembering the days back in the day when we used to do debates. How many of us did debates? How did they used to start it again? No, it's not from co-debaters. There's a beginning. No, panel of judges is in the middle. No. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, and my fellow audience. A round of applause for yourselves. It's time for us to recognize our panel of judges here at the Founders Demo Day. And in no particular order, when I call their names, please give them a resounding applause, because they are the people that you're going to be presenting in front of. Please, a round of applause as I recognize the Executive Director, FSDH Merchant Bank, Stella Marie Omogbai. Give us a wave. Looking beautiful in green. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And we also have the Director, Chapel Hill Denham, who is also a coach, mentor, and she was one of the coaches and mentors for the Female Founders Growth Program. Please, a round of applause for Riwa Udoji. Thank you so much. And the only man in our midst today, I'm not talking about the audience, I'm talking about judges. A non-executive director here at FSDH Merchant Bank. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Musa Ali Baba. Thank you so much. And now that I have presented our judges to us, it's time for us to present our founders. Are you ready for batch one of the pitching? Are we ready for batch one? Okay. Ladies pitching, take a deep breath in, out. I promise you that our judges are not mean and our audience is not mean as well. Media team, are we ready for them? All right. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. You each have 10 minutes, I believe, to deliver your pitch. And when we welcome you, we will start timing you from the moment you get to the stage. Please do well to make the best use of your time, and may the best woman win. At this point, I'd like to welcome our very first female founder who will be presenting today. Please put your hands. I'm not going to be calling their names. I'm going to be calling their businesses, all right? And when they come, they'll do the introduction. Please put your hands together as I welcome the first female founder presenting today, Earthbond. A round of applause for Earthbond. No, now, these are not the agreements we had. That's more like it.
Thank you. So I want you all to imagine a Nigeria where the sound of economic progress is not the deafening roar of a diesel or petrol generator, but the silent power of the sun. Across the continent, next slide. Across the continent, businesses' biggest challenge is access to consistent power. In Nigeria, businesses cite energy as their biggest challenge and biggest issue. Now, only half the country is connected to the public grid. And even if you're a business in this segment, you're getting maybe 6 to 8 sporadic hours of energy on any given day. Now, our businesses, small, medium businesses, grocery stores, tailors, they've gotten scrappy, spending over $12 billion every year to solve for this challenge. But as the cost of diesel and fuel has tripled over the past 2 years and gone even higher, more and more businesses have had to slow down and shut down. Now, many of them have looked at solar as a potential, but the upfront cost of $2,000 to $20,000, or even just the logistics of switching, has been too difficult. Now, this is not just an energy crisis. This is a missed opportunity in economic development and environmental sustainability. So Earthbond is taking a different approach. Our one-stop shop is a digital platform that removes the complexity of switching to solar for over 40 million SMEs across Nigeria. Through our platform, and in 4 simple steps, we audit the energy and financial needs of small and medium businesses, recommend them a solution, a solar solution that can replace their diesel or petrol generator, pre-qualify them for financing, and through that data and our own internal techno-economic analysis, we generate carbon credits that further discount the overall cost of the solution. Simple in theory, right? But I'm thrilled to say that in just this brief journey we've had to date, we've amassed a wait list of over 1,500 customers, onboarded 3 local banks to do the financing, and onboarded 13 solar installers to manage the installation and maintenance. On top of that, by the end of the year, we expect to close 120K USD in finance installations and 2 million in carbon credits as our pipeline. Now, Now, the big hill ahead of us is unlocking $10 million in financing for the customers to come. Our powerhouse of a team has built Scrapply and learned and iterated over the past year. Now we need to take what we've learned and build it into a scalable solution to power the next 1,000 customers. Today, we're raising 400K in our pre-seed round. 50% of it is already committed to do just that. Now, our team comes with a combined 30 years of experience building world-class tech. My background is as a B2B fintech product manager focusing on African SMEs. Yeti, my CTO, has built machine learning and IoT models that focus on impact measurement, which we use in our carbon accounting. And Shay has built over 400 kilowatts of deployed solar and solutions across Nigeria. Now, I'm inviting you today to be part of this transformative journey. For Earthbond, whether you're an investor, a climate advocate, or just someone interested in tech, I'm imploring you to be part of our mission, to support us and believe in this. This is Earthbond, and we're just getting started. Thank you.
No, please don't go. Yes, thank you. I'd like to confirm if our judges have microphones with them because we want feedback. Do we have microphone for the judges? Or oh, the microphones are there. Okay, great. Just thank you. All right, judges, can we have your comment?
Okay, good. Can you hear me? Well done, good presentation. Nervousness because it's always it's always bad to start first, so everybody learns from your mistake. Good presentation. Can we ask the questions? Yes, please. Thank you. Where do you see yourself in a couple of years' time, and in terms of the business?
We expect the business to focus, to continue focusing on Nigerian small and medium business owners, but we expect to expand past energy and into energy efficiency, focusing on the full suite of appliances that SMEs will need to continue to use solar solutions, use distributed energy, and all of the different power appliances that come with that. So we expect it to not just be, okay, a solar solution, an inverter and battery, but perhaps you need a higher efficiency AC to do your cooling. You need a better fridge that can now support your business, but also tie back into your new energy sources.
Okay, just one question and move on. In terms of coverage, where are you located now?
We're currently located in Lagos.
And what's the plan for the rest of Nigeria?
Nigeria, we expect to expand. Probably our first, where we're seeing a lot of demand is in Benin, as well as in Anambra State. So part of that is likely because that's where we have, whether it's focus areas or we see there's a lot more in Lagos. And we see a lot of smaller industrial partners there that rely on generators, every day to run their businesses.
Hi. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Well done. This is brilliant. It's so innovative. I think for me, I'm just trying to walk back and understand. So if you could just roadmap for me, if I'm an SME and I approach you and I say, hey, I love the idea of Earthbond, from day one I walk into your office, what actually happens?
So the first thing we do is we get an understanding of your current energy scenario. What are you using today? What is the size of your generator? How much are you spending on petrol or diesel? We also want to get an understanding of what appliances you want to power. Using that information coupled with basic details around your revenue and industry, we understand at a level whether the right option and then what size of system would work for you. On the what alone for a lot of that to your industry, your revenue, your past revenue history, and whether things like whether you are registered with the CCC. First, recommend that solution. The next step is really to pre-qualify you for financing. So at that point, we gather all of your information, have you go through one application, and then we select the loan product that works best for your situation. And then finally, we don't ask for any more data. Now we're just tracking, this is how much carbon should be offset based off of the information, based off of what will be installed. And that information helps us generate the carbon credit. All that's happening in the background. Total price for you. So it's a fully discounted price at the end of the day that the end customer sees. Then it's up to them whether they want to go forward or not.
So the carbon credits go towards what exactly?
It goes towards the cost of the solution.
Cost of the
to the end
solution.
customer.
So in a sense, you're an aggregator for loans for solar-powered solutions.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
First of all, I want to applaud you for being able to dance on your feet when the slides went all crazy. Remember the slides that I know how it feels, so I can empathize with that. I just wanted to ask one question and make a point. The question is, in the renderings of your slides, there was a picture of what essentially said that that customer would be paying as little as 2,800 and something naira daily as the cost towards their solar. Is that a realistic calculation that you've made already, or is it just a presentation?
No, that was a specific customer that went through. We took a screenshot of the day of, but that application is live. So to answer your question as well, a customer goes in through earthbond.co/CE and can.
Well, that's great because to my mind, if you have something that is as straightforward as that, then you're onto something. And I just want to applaud you.
Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Earthbond. Thank you. So yes, she was the first, and like one of our judges said, they're usually the test run. So I'm going to restate the ground rules so that we can go through this as quickly as possible. 10 minutes for each founder who's presenting today, who's pitching today. The first 5 minutes for you to pitch, and the remaining 5 minutes for the judges to ask you questions. All right, at this point, I'd like to welcome, please put your hands together for Hardy Finance as they come for their pitch.
So at Happy today, we are solving the issue of credit. One, because they have real insight to these retailers, and majorly, the landscape shows that a lot of microfinance banks can't lend to these retailers. Consumer finance bank can't lend to these retailers because these retailers do not have real data out there. Okay, as of today, when the retailers request for credit on Handy platform to the distributors, we go through their sales histories to check, okay, retailer A, how much have you been buying consistently? If you've been buying 50,000 naira, we look at that sales data, and that way we do credit assessment check, look at your KYC, and we send an offer to the distributor. Upon delivery, distributors get paid, and retailers get their goods. That way they can grow their business, and distributors too can solve liquidity issues. As of today, we've onboarded over 7 distributors with access to 11,000 retailers who possess over $2.5 million in revenue monthly. Today, we've empowered over 400 retailers to access to credit, and we've disbursed over 25 million worth of inventory finance to these retailers. We've disbursed over $25,000 worth of credit to these retailers at zero default rate. And the question is, why we have a zero default rate? It's because our touch point is with the distributors, and distributors help in assisting collection, and which is very, very important for us. The more the distributor collects, the more they can have access to liquidity, so their liquidity issues, and the retailers can also grow their businesses. Why are we the best team for this? I have over 6 years working in a fintech bank startup where we provide financial services for these retailers. My co-founder has experience in managing companies. My CTO has experience in building solid tech, and our head of data has solid experience in risk assessment. We're raising a sum of $750,000 to build our tech out, obtain more license, unlock more capital, and hit $100,000, 100 traders, and hit a total of $10 million in disbursements. So please, who is going to join me in solving the issues of these informal retailers and empowering them?
Well done, great job. I want to join you. You said you would join you. Me. Judges, over to you.
Sorry well done, first of all, and sorry if I'm going to sound a bit scathing, right? I like your idea, but I'm very big on presentation, and the formatting of your slides completely threw me off. The text was sort of out of boxes, the numbering was sort of a bit all over the place, and I can actually help you with that if you want me to, but it wasn't you. Well, okay. Because I really honestly couldn't really focus because the formatting was off key.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I think it's the format that was not our fault. That was just present.
Okay. Thank you. Well done on your presentation. I just want to ask a few questions. You've done $25 million in disbursements, right? $25,000 this total disbursements. Okay. So maybe I was a bit confused. $25,000 total. Okay, from inception, how much have you done?
So, as I said earlier, we started as a retail distributor.
Okay.
Where we were providing inventory to the streets as an doorstep.
Okay.
The process is about $300,000 each year.
Okay.
But we discovered that this the real problem wasn't retail distribution, was access to
Financing. Okay.
We launched our credit model
In Q4. Okay, fantastic. Good understanding. Now, in terms of when in their disburse, what kind of profit, what kind of interest rates do you charge?
So roughly, so depending on the credit assessment and
Okay.
I'll say the risk of the customer.
Okay.
Yeah, but we charge within this range of 1 to 5%.
Flat?
Yes, flat.
Okay, what's your cash to cash cycle? So what I mean is from when you give out to when you get your money back.
Okay, so we have two cash cycles. We have 7 days and 14 days. Note that
Okay.
these retailers are fast turnovers,
Yeah.
and leaving cash on the table for a long time will affect other retailers that need to get cash. So
Okay.
they turn over as fast as possible. So we could do 7 and 14 days.
Okay, so right now you've remained in Lagos.
No. So we're spread across Lagos and Abuja.
Okay.
But we are sector agnostic. We have both in pharmaceutical
Okay.
and what they call FMCG.
FMCG.
Yeah.
Okay, just a couple of things to take note or to add on. It will be good as you go on. I know right now you have 0 MPLs, but going forward you might have.
Definitely.
So you might make use of the credit bureaus to help credit bureaus, the banks, all things like GSR, ensure that people execute things so that you can debit the accounts across the bank and ensure your money comes back. So you work with banks on that. So as you scale up, so make use of the informal clusters and the cluster leads. So because they are also one of the ways that enforced money comes out. Right now you have not scaled. There's liability of your scaling, but as you scale you find out that, like it or not, you get to MPLs. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi.
Well done. Again, another presentation I can identify with, because for two reasons. In my past life, I worked in fintech, and I understand that getting around credit was one of the trickiest elements of financial inclusion, so to speak. Also, a big customer group of ours were traders. And there's this very interesting relationship between the traders and the distributors, which is what you're capitalizing on. And that's great in the context that you're using it. So it would be nice to see this traction. I don't know if from the presentation I saw everything and how it works, and I can understand you trying to keep some of your secret sauce secret. But indeed, going to tackle the relationships between the distributors or the suppliers and the traders is a really interesting way to go in dealing with the issue, and I wish you the very best with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her once again. Wow, the room is a bit tense. I can see the founders. Take a deep breath. Oh, it gets better. Yes, good. That's more like it. Thank you so much to our judges for the very creative feedback. Typically, in situations like this, I like to be one of the last to come. So I'd have picked up tips from all the other, participants, and then would have used that to better my own performance. Just to quickly mention that we also want to go on with this conversation on social media. So for our female tech founders, our families and friends here present, please, I know we're carried away by the very engaging presentations. We'd like to ask that you please engage with us on social media. At FSDH Bank is our social media handle, FSDH AML as well. Whatever videos or photos you make, please post them on social media and tag us. We would like to repost. I'll be calling up the next founder, but a little birdie tells me that there's a bit of nerves going on. So we just want to have a bit of chit chat in the audience. I should go around with my microphone and then see what's going on. You know why I like things like this? When you start walking around with the microphone as an MC, everybody's busy with their phone. But you know what happens? We usually go for the people that are pressing their phone. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Don't worry, it's not an exam. I just want to gist with you. Thank you very much for being here. I want to find out so far, your experience with female founders. How has all of this appeared to you? And if there are tips you want to share for those who will be presenting next.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't ask. Tell us your name first. Thank you.
Since you put me on the spot, I'll choose what I'll speak on.
Okay.
So, my name is Mohammed Aliyu. I'm a colleague of Amaka, who is the lead advisor for Weave Capital. Amaka and I used to be colleagues a while back in the World Bank. And I just want to encourage all the presenters here, whatever you believe in, whatever your dream is, chase it. Amaka is a classic example of follow your dreams. I recall we had a discussion and she's like, I'm tired of this job. I need to do something different. Yeah, how many years ago? 3 years ago, and here she is today. So whatever it is you want to achieve, it is possible. So please, chase your dreams and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Very well said. If I really tell you my dream right now, I don't know if you ask me to chase the dream. So let me just keep that dream to myself. Maybe much later I will share that. But thank you. That's really very valuable advice. And I'm hoping that our female founders will take that. I think I should also go to the back of the hall. Founders, no, I'll come to you last. I should probably go to this side of the hall and just get feedback from anyone who's here. Has anyone here ever pitched before? Okay, I won't bring the mic to you. I just want to know. Has anyone ever pitched before? Okay, would you be kind enough? I know I said I won't bring the mic. I changed my mind. Would you be kind enough to give us maybe 1 or 2 tips or share your first experience so that those who don't feel like they don't feel like they've given their A game can know that, okay, there's opportunity to improve. That's if that was your experience as well. So tell us your name and talk to us about your pitching experience.
So my name is Chibuzo Opara, and
I'm sorry I put you on the spot, but this is a very relaxed room. We are all family members, aren't we? Aren't we family members? We're one big happy family.
Yeah, I'm Amaka's biggest cheerleader.
Oh.
So that fear that feeling you think is fear before you pitch, how do you know it's not excitement?
Hey! Wow, this is a moment where you snap your fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that when he said he's her biggest cheerleader, I have to look at the tag and see the name. And I realized that it's the same surname. And they cannot be siblings. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Amaka's husband, Mr. Chibuzo Opara. Thank you so much for being a very fantastic husband. I can tell by the way she is. Okay, final one. Sir, I know you raised your hands before. So, one of you nominate each other. Which of you is going to speak? Your smile is so beautiful. You deserve to speak. Please put your hands together for her.
My smile is always getting me in trouble. So, well done to everyone just for being here. You've obviously done a lot just to be in this position. By the way, my name is Isioma Otomi. I'm also one of the coaches in the program. So I'm very proud of everyone that's coming up on stage. It's not easy. It's not easy to present something that is your baby, that you treasure, bring it out in front of people. So just show what it is that you have. You have prepared. Just share what you have and everything will be fine. People will see your passion, people will see your energy, and hopefully some people will go away with funding.
Please put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. You see, from the way she was smiling, it now makes sense when she tells me that she was one of their coaches, because her smile was so wide. And for the founders who are going to be pitching, just in case you're nervous, I remember speaking to one of the founders when I came in earlier, and I said to her, to conquer the nerves, look for a familiar face and just smile at the person all through. I think that's one of your most familiar faces, because her smile is very, it's very welcome. It's like, even if you don't know what you're saying, you just be looking at her and smiling and thinking, okay, I'm right on track. But I'm sure you all know what you're doing. So thank you very much once again, and well done, great job. And now it's time for us to welcome our next female founder. Please put your hands together as I welcome Installer. A round of applause for her. The energy cannot drop until all our founders come
here. Did you know that Africa is experiencing a surge in solar installations? So we just met one of the companies as well. So investors are increasing investment in the sector. As of 2022, a whopping $500 billion had been invested in the sector. And this is expected to grow 10 times by 2030. Next slide. However, Africa is also experiencing a shortage of solar workforce to support this investment. This creates a lot of headaches for solar companies who have no access to talented workforce. They spend a lot of money moving their in-house engineers from one location to another, and it generally compromises their project execution and limits their expansion and growth potential. Hello. My name is Chiwe Udo Davis. I'm a HR tech expert. This headache is a headache I experienced myself firsthand working as HR director of companies like Schneider Electric and Greenelec. A lot of challenge finding the right skill to develop and deploy the projects we had, especially in peri-urban and rural communities. So I have recently partnered with an IT executive, and we have come up with a technological solution to the problem. Next slide. Installer is a green energy matchmaking platform that connects qualified solar workforce with renewable energy companies right at the project location. Next slide. Meet Charles. Charles is one of the over 40 million unemployed Nigerians. He comes on our platform, he creates a profile, he updates his qualification, and a solar company can get connected to Charles either by searching for him, by his skills, or by his location. Charles can also stay up to date with the new technology in the sector by accessing training videos on the platform. Next slide. Next slide. In just 6 months, we've made very significant traction. We've onboarded over 600 solar installers. We've signed 4 strategic key partnerships with industry giants like Coolbox, Sunfy, Olu, and Sunking. And we've completed over 500 solar installations. Next slide. Our business model is a multi-sided business model. Today we charge 25% for every connection we make, and we also have other revenue streams coming up soon. Next slide. Our competitive landscape is very good. As you can see, our closest competitors are very traditional. They don't have the matchmaking technology we're bringing to the space. Next slide. The opportunity size is very attractive. By 2026, the sizable obtainable market, it's about $1.6 billion. Next slide. We're looking for $750,000 to upskill, to upgrade our platform and take our business to its full potential. And we have also recently received recognition by Industry Association, who have recognized our solution as an innovative one to solving the problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges?
Hello. No, don't quick, please. I don't want to. I just wondered, this is totally random, right? How come it seems, I was looking at the partners that you have, and it seems to me that you've not yet had breakfast with Earthbond, who is in your cohort. Why?
We actually have. So yeah, there's a huge collaboration.
All right. Look forward to seeing that updated to reflect that this cohort creates opportunities among yourselves as well. That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear
How
you.
much have you done in revenues? Okay, sorry. Year to date, how much, or since inception, how much have you done?
6 months. 6 months
Done
to
in
date.
revenues?
Yeah, so we've done $53,000.
$53,000. Now, for your installer pool, how will, and you know this is Africa, this is Nigeria, how will you be sure, how are you going to ensure that when you train them, they work for you going forward? Because you've identified that market and it's a huge opportunity. But the point is, you are also relying on a pool of installers you train and you expect them to work for you.
remain, yeah.
So, and you know the kind of profile of people who you train are technicians, technical, so they will work, maybe first and learn from you, but how do you ensure that you keep them working for you and the income comes to you rather than the learn from you, and you know the income or the opportunity you see now become, you know, yes, exactly, or go to their personal pockets.
Yeah, so
how
that,
you control that process?
thank you for that question. So that's a risk, obviously, we identified earlier on. But it's like Uber. You know, the first time before Uber came, we were all used to a taxi man. We all wanted to have a taxi person's number. But over time, when we realized the benefit of the platform, we just go to the platform. So it's very similar. For the installers, the reason why they will stay with us is because of the extra benefit we bring to them. We're actually giving them a gig economy. Our installers today work for 2 companies, so they can install for Sunfire in the morning and install for Coolbox in the evening. So we're giving them, you know, that opportunity and flexibility to earn, and also the training on the platform. You know, so they don't want to. They actually prefer it. You know, prefer being with us. And then for the companies as well, the fact that, you know, when they come to us and get connected to an installer, they know we have vetted. We've taken these people through a vetting process. They know that the quality of installation they get on our platform is great. So far we don't have any attrition. We've not lost one installer.
Okay, yeah. Just to add to that, you might look at the contracts you sign with the companies in such a way that if they go off your platform and go and do what, you know, you're not liable or something. So just look at all those contracts.
Absolutely.
So it ensures that they go through that process. So tighten that
we need to tighten
contract.
that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, well done. So the question was one I was going to ask, how do you ensure they stay with you? And then I just wasn't clear on the 25% you charge for every connection. Is that charged to the installer, or is that charged to the business?
So we charge the business.
To the business, okay. And then the other thing was, what are the parameters that define qualified for your installers? Yeah. You know, is it like an industry standard, or is that something that you determine in-house for your installers?
Yeah, okay. For that question. So standardization is also something we're working on. As we know, it's also one of the challenges, you know, we are the standards. So also hoping to work with industry association, find that. We've had to create this whole business by ourselves because it didn't exist, right? So we're creating something that didn't exist in the sector. We've had issue data, we've had to do everything organically. So what we're doing today, before this, I was a technical recruiter, so I've sort of built on top of that to make sure it's technical. So they write a test on our platform. It's also the training they already had before. It's also their projects portfolio. We look at their project portfolio, we verify that. So we'll have people at the back end verifying the existing portfolios just to ensure actually competent, because we're taking some level of responsibility on the quality of installation. So we're doing a lot of verification at the back end. Okay. So today on our database, we have almost 900 people, but we've only let 600 people through. Okay. Yeah, because, you know, it's very rigorous, yeah.
I think the final thing for me is that it would have been nice if you introduced yourself first.
Oh, okay.
When you walked on. Yeah. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Installer. And now our next founder that will be pitching is not in this hall, but that's the beauty of technology. She'll be pitching virtually. So I'm hoping that she can connect with us shortly. And just to quickly mention again that we want to please ask that we engage and drive this conversation on social media as much as possible at FSDH Bank and at FSDH AML. We also have some of our investors in the room. Can we please connect to our virtual founder? Great. All right. She's joining us from, she will tell us where she's joining us from. But we have some of our investors in the room, and I'm going to be recognizing them shortly. But I'd like to please ask that we give a round of applause for our virtual participant, a female founder, and the business is Kunda Kids. Please, a round of applause for her.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. I'm afraid I can't hear the presenter as it's muted, but I'm happy to go ahead. If anyone can give me the thumbs up.
We can hear you loud and clear.
I'm happy to start presenting.
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go on.
Great. Okay, I think I'll just start. Unfortunately, I can't hear you, but more than happy to be here. I'm Louisa Kiwana Olafi, co-founder and COO of Kunda Kids, a children's edtech and media company reimagining children's edutainment. Now, the main problem is children's content does not reflect the diversity of children who consume it. Moreover, Africa is not well represented in children's stories and in children's education and media. And this is a huge issue because currently a quarter of the world's children are of African heritage. And that number is projected to almost double to 40% by 2040. It's a growing opportunity further fueled by a growing population. And the solution to it is quality edutainment for the world's fastest growing diverse generation, Gen Alpha. At Kunda Kids, we create edtech and media for children 3 to 10 years. And there's our flagship animation series, Kunda and Friends, our award-winning children's books, and then our Kunda Kids app. Through our products, we're creating a confident, educated, and globally minded generation. We've already unlocked $200,000 from publishing alone. Kunda Kids is the first to bring modern pre-colonial African history to preschool and primary age children around the world. And then there's our Disney quality animation show, Kunda and Friends, produced entirely out of Africa in Uganda, and to be precise, has been created by Ray Malinga and Kunda Kids, who's a former Disney director and has 2 programs already on Disney+. Kunda Kids is creating fun, educational, and culturally rich content that millions are willing to be part of and pay for. The love of our characters and content comes together in beautiful events. We've been from London, Helsinki, Accra, Toronto, and next week we're in Lagos. Unlike our competitors who choose to delve deep into only one channel or a single content type, we have decided to meet our customers and audiences across all of their key touchpoints. Our go-to-market strategy is founded on an award-winning formula for captivating and lovable characters, driven by our expansion into the US and also unlocking African languages, and is powered by a strong distribution partnership model with educational, media, and e-commerce and retail partners. Kunda and Friends did in 3 months what Grace's Corner did in 9. We achieved 1 million views in just a matter of weeks with our first episode. In under 3 years, with an investment shy of $1 million from our successful friends and family round and our pre-seed raise, we've achieved what many deem as aspirational: a product market fit with 200% growth year on year. It's not just a great company we're building. I and my co-founder Dele, we're the right people to lead it. I'm an award-winning innovation specialist, formerly at Unilever and Cambridge University Press, and my co-founder Dele is a Cambridge MBA graduate and former Africa marketing lead for World Remit. We have an edutainment dream team from Disney to Microsoft, which is really where the magic happens. We are currently raising $1 million as part of our seed round to inject momentum into our ambitions to give us a 24-month runway and lead to a landmark revenue of $5 million by 2025, and to completely revolutionize the global landscape of children's edutainment. One of our investors, once said that the opportunity to invest in KinderKids is like having the opportunity to invest in Disney in its infancy. And I said we're bigger than that. We're taking the best of Disney's omni-channel approach, Lego's learning through play philosophy, and redefining how education and entertainment for children is done in Africa. I'm Louisa Olafulu, one of the co-founders of KinderKids. Thank you so much for 3 minutes of your time to dream big and envisage a future of edutainment that's entertaining and empowering for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now to manage because we're using, she's joining us virtually. I'm thinking that our judges I don't know if we should ask the questions all at once, because they'll have to mute Louisa so she can hear us. So can we all ask our questions? Louisa can take notes and then answer all the questions, if that works. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it wasn't a question for me, it was just feedback. So I have a 4-year-old son, and for me this would be perfect for him, because I'm always seeking out brown children to show to him and good content also to put in front of him. I like that diversity because I try to limit his screen time, so I like that they are into publishing, they're also into merchandise, so the scope is beyond just an app or an animated show. So just well done to her, and I'm biased because I have a son.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Louisa. Just a comment. I loved the presentation. I loved what you were able to show us. The comment might be, how do I put it? Amongst what we are, the grant we are giving here, it will be minuscule for the amount of money you're looking for. I don't want to say why you here, but compared to the rest for what you're trying to raise $1 million now, and our grant is $10,000. So for me will be where we. I mean, I don't want to use the word. What are you doing here? If that's the word. I like what you do. I like the concept. I like the partnership, the partners you put together. I like the multi-product approach. So for me, I'm sure you'll be able to scale very quickly. And scale across various. So even this product doesn't work, you'll be able to scale differently. I like the idea. So it's just, you could get much more. But well done. That's all.
Thank you. On one more feedback or question.
Well, it's weird talking to oneself. Hello, Louisa. If you can hear me, blink.
She blinked.
I joke. A very good presentation. I think any parent would get an emotional connection to the presentation that is made here, and for that reason would almost want to bring their wallets out, right? So great job. If I had any question, it would really be this. There are two questions. One is, do you see KinderKids as a product or a platform? And in that case, how do other creators come on board, or how do you integrate them into what you're presenting in this brand? And the second question that I have around this is in terms of the distribution partnerships that you've shown, which seem to fit towards the upper end niche. How can this be distributed, or what are your plans for distributing it into the other segments of the market who also need this same sort of education and identification with characters that are sort of relatable to them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Louisa, the floor is yours. Can you please unmute your device?
Firstly, thank you so much for the positive feedback to the lady that responded to me first. I really appreciate that, and my son is of equal age. It's not just a case of doing something that is a nice to have. It's very essential that the next generation of children do not grow up with the same misconceptions that we've had, and these misconceptions aren't our own fault. It's a combination of complexities as to why Africa has been so left out of the global conversation, especially in children's education. But it's not too late to redefine that, and that's exactly what we're doing. In answer to the second question, again, a really good question in regards to what we're doing here. So right now we're currently raising for our seed round, and that is to develop our content and also to expand in our key markets. Given that the startup environment is very challenging, which is why it's such a privilege to be on such programs such as this, we would love to be able to have more resources to assigned to our research and development. So currently we've had some incredible support with CC Hub in Nigeria and the MasterCard Foundation to help us look into our app. But there's so many other areas of research and development, from preschool learning, education, feedback from teachers, feedback from institutions, and also the dynamic for parents and screen time. There's so much to unlock, and unfortunately nobody is addressing these things at quality and also making these insights available to the wider market. So my intention, not only is it to learn through this program, but should I be lucky enough to receive the prize, the money is going to go into our research and development to help us not only understand as a business, but to also share those insights with the wider EdTech and education ecosystem as well. So that's what I'm doing here, and obviously very, very honored to be here. The last question from the gentleman was in regards to our plans for distribution. So absolutely. At first, right now our priority is around ensuring that we have enough organic traction, which we are on track with, to have good negotiating power with distribution partners. So the likes of Netflix and Apple TV and a number of them have already been interested in us for a while, but as an African company, there's not a lot of African content providers out there and content creators who get to commercially reap the benefits. We love how popular Black Panther was, but we were not the beneficiaries of that commercial success. So not only are we trying to scale, but we're also trying to make sure that we scale in a way that our investors and our stakeholders are able to benefit from the long-term success of KundaKids. And as such, our aim is to establish these distribution partnerships when we are at an advantageous position. And moreover, even though right now our plan is just to be distributed, we are having people saying that KundaKids has the capacity to be a distributor. And these are conversations that we will start to have as the company evolves and grows and matures. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for KundaKids? And now we're back to the room to continue with the physical presentation. Our next female founder is from Materials Pro. Can we please put our hands together for Materials Pro? Are we cold? Okay, that answers.
All right, good evening. My name is Ejide Akimbi, co-founder and CEO at Materials Pro. Let me tell you a brief story. It took my dad 15 years to build his first house. And when he told me about how frustrating it was to build then, I felt, wow. Many decades later, I tried to build my own house. And I contracted it out to a building contractor called Yemi. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, his name is actually Yemi. Procurement of materials. Procurement of materials particularly was a difficult feat for us. Many times, it took us 5 days to complete a procurement phase for products. We spoke with 100 vendors during the lifetime of that project. Many cases, we do not receive materials as and when it's needed on the site. And more traumatizing is the continual increments that happens due to inflation, costing 30% more on invoices during the lifetime of the project. It was a traumatizing period for us, but we pulled through. Knowing this very well, I felt no one should go through this. Not my children when they want to build, and not home builders like me who build for a living to go through this. I'm coming from a background where I had streamlined supply chain and improved procurement for B2B clients. I knew this could be done better. Next slide. I reached out to my former colleague and we have worked together in led supply chain and various companies across Africa, and also my CTO, Aziz, who had built highly scalable products for companies such as BBC, Cooper, and Andela. And we created Materials Pro. Next slide. Materials Pro is an on-demand e-procurement and supply chain platform. Using Materials Pro, what it took us 5 days to do to procure, we can now do with few clicks on the website. What it took us to talk to multiple suppliers, now we can use a single platform to order our materials. We can schedule our materials ahead, meaning that we have control of when these materials arrive at the site. And more interesting is that we can now build on budget because we have some of our prices locked. There are many Yemi building contractor and also Ejide clients around. The construction industry, next slide, 2 slides ahead. Next slide. The construction industry in Nigeria is massive. 169 billion is spent annually on building procurement across Africa. 27 billion of this is spent yearly in Nigeria alone. Next slide. We are approaching this sector differently from our competitors. Apart from the fact that we provide a platform where they can buy, we also provide the materials. What we are doing differently is that we are enabling home builders to schedule materials to their project sites, giving them the control over timely delivery of projects. Also, we are able to enable them lock down prices of their project at the beginning, meaning that they can build now on budget. Next slide. You ask, how do we make money? We take a margin on our products. We take a margin on the logistic integration we have on the platform, and we also take a margin on our buy now, pay later services. It's just on the pilot phase. Next slide, please. Since we launched into the market last year, we have been able to sign up 6 core manufacturers and distributors on the platform, onboarded 50 home builders, delivered 13,000 tons of deliveries across project sites, and we've also allocated $350,000 in revenue. Very much on track to meet our budget for this year. Next slide, please. And now we are just getting started, right? In the next 12 months, we intend to have onboarded 400 home builders on our platform and ensure that we clock our $2 million annualized revenue that we have put for ourselves. I would say join us as we continue to reach the pace of construction in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great job. Judges?
Thank you.
Well done. Well done on your idea. Very innovative. For me, I look at the back end of fantastic idea. At the back end, one, how do you ensure that how do you ensure that your price lockdown works? Does that mean that as you lock down, whoever locks down the price pays? One. As you scale, you will need to, how do you plan to address the need of, you need to start building, either taking some form of inventory to ensure that that price lock remains the same, because in the fluctuating environment which we live in, I can assure you that nobody in fact nobody will lock down the price more than ours. So how do you want to take care of that as you plan to scale? Then thirdly, you currently have your users are retail market. They are not the consumer. They are actually
the building contractors.
So the building contractors, not the owners of the homes.
So both, we're going to be expanding to the owner of the homes very soon because we see a very huge market in that space too.
Okay, not so much. Rather than owners, why don't you just expand to aggregators? Look at the clusters. So it makes so that way you are not going all the way, because I do not know how you're going to be talking to 4,000 homeowners. So it's better to work with. So just have that aggregators, the builders who build estates. So a builder builds 100 people estates. It makes more sense to do a price lockdown. But the back end of that is that you have to ensure that there will be some form of financing, because you must lock down inventory, you must pay for something. So I don't know. Just a few comments and questions.
All right, let me take that. Thank you very much. I would say one of the very first challenge that we had then had to do with increments in prices, which was actually the fundamental thing to my dad complained, which is how I had to halt this project. So when we came into this, I have a very good background in procurement. I knew that this could be done better. So what we realized when we had our customer onboarding, when we were doing our customer development, is that we found that sometimes some of these real estate developers, they have the finances to actually lock in the price of item. But two challenges for them. They don't have space to keep some of these materials on their site. They don't trust people that when they give them this money, they will deliver as at when due to the platform. So now, why do you have money and prices continue to go up and you now go back to clients for price review when you have the resources to have been able to lock in these prices? So we have two segments of people on the platform, people that have the complete resources to actually pay in and schedule materials to say, deliver to me in the next 2 weeks, I want this other product in the next 1 month, I want another one in 3 months. And we have others that probably do not have enough money to lock in all the prices that they want, but they are giving us an idea of the materials that they'll be needing in the next 3 months, giving us a good reason to aggregate this supply and get a better margin from the distributors or the manufacturers. But they are also able to make a commitment and pay a slight increment that we can also use to manage this during this period. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Judges, do we have any other feedback? Just before the next feedback, please, I'd like to quickly mention, if you are the owner of a black Land Cruiser Prado with plate number LSD312GA, your car is about to be towed. Please, black Land Cruiser Prado LSD312GA, your attention is needed now. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
I kind of understand what you're doing. I think those involved in building have various pain points. As an observation, you know, a large part of the success or the scaling of this will come from being able to change people's behaviors, right? I don't know what you've thought about that. I don't know what you've thought about the fact that many people involved in this sort of thing, you know, only pay when they can, and they tend to only have the money to pay for what they can get today, and there's that logistics angle of delivering. You know, you've spoken about some lead times, indicative, but many of time people are buying what they want today, delivered today, right? So that's a behavioral change, a dominant behavior that you will have to change in order to be able to make this scale up. So it's either you adapt to that situation or you find a way to make them adapt to you. That's just an observation. It's not a critique, but that is, to me, what would need to happen to see this really take off. But pretty well done, well thought through.
Thank you very much. And just to mention that we've been in very close talks with stakeholders in the industry. We've got a partnership with the NIOB, Nigeria Institute of Builders. We've been working with Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors. And what we've been doing is to educate people on how to now build more on budget. The industry have seen a lot of skyrocketing of prices in the recent time due to inflation. And it's something everybody in the industry is actually taking care of now. And the fragmented market is not working at this time. It's been there in Memorial. In fact, they are our greatest competition at this time. And just like she said, we should try to see how we can aggregate and put up all of these quotas, which we are also trying to work on. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and fantastic presentation. Now we have our next female founder, and the name of their business excites me a lot because there's a word there that excites me the most. I'm not going to tell you which one. Please put your hands together for my food angels.
Good evening. Let me start with the story of Kike Adio. She is my customer, and when she reached out to us, that particular month, she had bought a kg of tomatoes for 400 naira. That is the previous month. Fast forward to the next month, she was buying that same kilogram of tomatoes for over 1,200 naira. My Food Angels is where fresh food meets convenience and affordability. The Nigerian farmer experiences $4.2 billion post-harvest loss annually. And of course, I'm sure that almost everybody here spends about 50% of their income on food alone. Next slide. My Food Angels connects ready buyers to farm fresh produce and packaged foods. This by funding the farmers with seeds. We ensure that the farmer follows best practices in agriculture, and then we offtake this produce from the farmers. We give the customer the convenience of shopping from their homes, not only farm to table, but also packaged food items. They get their product at a cheaper price. Meanwhile, My Food Angels is having also a 20% markup. The food and grocery retail market in Nigeria is $153 billion presently. My Food Angels is targeting 3.9 billion of that. But we also know that the Nigerian market is growing by 2028 to $421.8 billion. Why are we different? My Food Angels is customer-centric. We ensure that our platform and every other platform, because we're an omni-channel, is actually easy to use. We're an easy-to-use platform for the customer. Next slide, please. We have bootstrapped from the time we built our core product, which was in 2021. We built our core product in 2021. Until date, we have not raised any form of equity, but we have also generated $851,000 in GMV. We're currently building our chatbot. That is Kike's testimonial right there to prove that when we give her farm to table, she's getting this product at the best quality, and she's also getting it at a good price. Next slide. There is competition definitely in the system, but what we see is beyond competition. We actually collaborate with our competition. So more than at least half of those you see there, we supply them. So My Food Angels actually supplies the competition. So we've taken the game away from competition to collaboration, because the food problem in Nigeria is actually very big, not for us to start competing. Aside that, we also do, we have a pool of farmers. So we're currently raising $200,000 pre-seed to achieve a $2 million in GMV in the next 12 months. Next slide. My name is Olakpeju Uma, and I am the founder of My Food Angels. I have 20 years experience in procuring for B2C and B2B, and of course I have a technical founder also who has dedicated his life to ensuring that there's technological solutions within the food space in Nigeria. So I invite you to join us as we continue giving food solutions and convenience and farm to table quality products to not only Kike Adio, but everyone that we can reach within Lagos and Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, judges.
Hi. Hello. Well done. So again, just introduce yourself first. I think I like to know who we're talking to. So just introduce yourself first. It's just one piece of feedback. The second thing is, you've mentioned your competitors, and that's what immediately sort of jumped out to me when you first started talking. Mile 12 Market has an app. I don't know if you're aware, or like they have an online thing. I order from Mile 12. I've never been there in my life, but I order from Mile 12 all the time, and it's within hours delivery. Same thing with Supermart. If I want fresh meat, I just WhatsApp Reds and Greens on my phone, and within hours it's at my doorstep. So whether it's WhatsApp, if I want fresh fruits from Joss, or if I want meat from Reds and Greens, it's at my door in less than 3 hours. So I wonder why somebody like me would download your app, because there's just so many avenues for me to get farm-to-table products, right? So I don't fully understand. I understand the collaboration element, but I don't really understand your USP. Sorry. Then the other thing is, you seem quite excited when you spoke about your chatbot and AI, right? What's that sort of adding to my food angels? Yeah.
Can I go? All right. So, firstly, you see, you've ordered from Mile 12 Market. Actually, we started as Mile 12 Market to Man. So, if you know Mile 12 Market to Man, we started that. So you order from Mile 12 Market, you also order from Breads and Greens, but we are bringing both on one platform. So you're not only ordering fresh foods, we partner with other distributors, and we give you packaged food items also, which is not something you will get in Breads and Greens. The second part of it is the chatbot. So for the chatbot, because we pride ourselves to be an easy-to-use platform, we know that our customers, sometimes they want to, maybe, they want to chat with somebody and they don't want to have to go to the web app. So we are currently building that chatbot where they can easily on their WhatsApp chat with us and get prompt response for everything they want. And then eventually the artificial intelligence is actually coming in to help you to also reduce wastage. So that's the part of the future for My Food Angels, to reduce wastage within the wastage part is where we've had several customers. In fact, the funny thing is that even the same Kike I used as an example has reached out to me sometimes to say, oh, I actually have those products in my home, but content blocked. I don't know what I should cook today. And so you have all the ingredients, but you need somebody to some ideas on what to cook. The AI helps with that.
Sorry, I'll just ask one more thing and I'll keep quiet. So the AI, does it understand the spending habits and the shopping habits of each individual customer, and then it takes stock of that and it says, okay, well, Rewa ordered 2 kilos of tomatoes over the past 3 months, and this time she's trying to order 3.5 kilos, therefore we anticipate wastage, and it informs me, the customer, that you ought to be wary. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so the artificial intelligence is that we have your data. We already know that you have a family of 4, for instance, because you're going to put that data in there. You have a family of 4, you have this product, because like I said, we're supplying you. So we know that you have carrots, for instance, you have bell peppers, and you just want to develop some recipes. So the chatbot helps you to do that. Reducing wastage, because we've seen where a lot of people have things in their fridge and they just don't know what, and over time, the things start to spoil. And so that's where our chatbot and our AI fits in. Thank you.
Okay, for me, there is quite a bit of some complication, and for me, I would just feel that maybe the AI will say, you run out in 2 days, prompt. Do you want to reorder? Your reorder levels are low.
We actually have that.
Okay, exactly. So rather than going into developing menus and things like that, it's always good to keep things simple. Yes, exactly. So you don't deviate for your core product. But one of the things I wondered about was, you said you give seeds to the farmers and they give you back products. How successful has that been? And as you scale, there's a difference between giving a few farmers seed. As you scale, it means on a large basis. How are you going to sustain that and ensure that the farmers are giving your seeds, or and stories don't come about the seeds didn't grow, blah blah blah. Because the different thing, giving small seeds, now you're talking of millions. So you can imagine will you ensure that the farmers are growing your crops? That for me, it's the question I asked for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we started with the pilot of tomatoes, and so for tomatoes we have been able to successfully give farmers seed for the past 4 months, seeds to grow for us. Now, the kind of agreement we have with the farmers is that they have a certain percentage they take off the produce, and so for them also it is revenue coming in for them, and that kind of locks it in for them. Aside that, in planning to what we're planning to do is that we're going to have some hubs. So we currently are speaking with FADAMA. Aside from FADAMA, we're speaking with some other agri agencies that would actually help us create this hub for the farmers. We do not own lands for now, so we actually lease land from these people, and then we're able to plant. And the goal for us is to just ensure that within Nigerian space, Nigeria has a well arable land, and I don't know why food seems to be a big issue, and so that's what we're trying to do to solve. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I wanted to ask a question regarding your addressable market, and therefore I guess how things will scale. Do you think that there'll be some sort of geographic limit to what you can do effectively, or have you thought about limiting yourselves geographically in order to be effective at what you're doing, or is there some way of unlocking the ability to deliver into areas where you may not be dense enough for you, or that may be complicated to manage remotely?
When we started this particular model, the plan really is, one, get the produce aggregated. We currently are based in Malta, so we get the produce aggregated, and then we don't have a cold storage system yet, but we plan to get one. So we get a cold storage system, aggregate there. Southwest we can cover, and that can be replicated even up north. So up north is where we actually plant this produce, some of the produce. We have 5 farmers in Jos, and then we have 2 here in Lagos. The 2 in Lagos do not do dry farming for us, so Jos is where we are focusing right now. So for up north, we can actually also do that aggregating, because Jos is kind of central, so we can actually have one there. And then when we're moving to other parts of Africa, we can actually replicate the same model, because we can aggregate and just centralize places. So that's what we intend to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'd like to quickly recognize some of our investors here. We're not recognizing all of them. We're just going to recognize some of the ones we've been able to pick out. And if we haven't recognized you yet, please, there's a gentleman to my right. His name is Igwe Patrick. Please just wave slightly higher. Thank you. Please register your name with him when we go on the break. I'd like to recognize the presence of the co-founder of First Check Africa, Eloho Omame. Please, a round of applause for her. When we call your name, you have to stand up and give us a wave so we know who we are speaking about. Thank you. We also have with us here the co-founder, Get Funded Africa, Tunji Oke. Tunji Oke, are you here with us? Okay, stepped out. All right. We have with us investment associate, Chui Ventures, Franklin Eboma. All right. We have, of course, our judge, Director Chapel Hill Denham, Riwa Udoji. A round of applause for her. Thank you, Riwa. We also have with us Investment Director, Novastar Ventures, Oluwatoyin Emmanuel Olubake. A round of applause for her. Him. And the funny thing is, I even know the him outside of here. Sorry, sir. We also have with us the Head of Communications and Growth, Ingressive Capital, Vanessa Obasi. A round of applause for Vanessa. Some of them have stepped out, all right. That's obvious cue for us to go on a very short break. Founder, CEO, First Founders, David Larry Messon. A round of applause for David. Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute networking break. We have finger foods behind, so in case you're hungry, now will be a time to just stock up and be back in 5 minutes so we can go through the next set of founders who will be pitching. I'll make it as quick as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, break time. I feel like all those timekeepers in secondary school. So please say hello to someone, get your drinks, get your finger foods. I'll be back on your seat at 7:35.
Check 1, 4. You're captured by the beauty
her so. Oh yeah. You know you're never gonna find a woman like this again. So don't let go. She loves you tomorrow like she loves you today. She can keep your heart guessing, but she's yours if she stays. And that's what it feels like to love a woman.
your food to your tables. You can bring your food to your tables, okay? Come back to our seats. We're starting presentation in 1 minute. Can we all please be seated? I'm about to call the next female founder. Come back to our seat.
Everybody's gonna win. Yeah, yeah. If only you just believe, yeah, yeah. Close your eyes and come see, yeah, yeah. Don't you worry about a thing, 'cause if you are gone, you can't get it if you want. If you strive hard, you can't be just what you want. If you are gone, you can climb the
employ traditional means. I think I'll employ traditional and bring the microphone to those standing so they can come and pitch next. I think it's a good idea to take the microphone to those standing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the second half of the Female Founders Growth Program Demo Day has just begun. And in another 1 minute, I'll go around the hall and take the microphone to those who are still standing, and they'll lead us in a 1 minute pitch or an analysis. I'm coming with the microphone. Those of us who are still standing, I'm just going to give you 1 minute and then I'll bring the microphone. You know, those of us who went to boarding house, we used to call it, how many of us went to boarding house? Do you know what I'm doing right now? Last man. They just come here and be like, last man, and the last person standing does whatever it is that needs to be done. So I think I'm going to employ the last man means and walk to the back of the hall so that I can, Mr. Ogoji, you are still standing. I'm going to bring the mic to those standing behind and you come and pitch for us. All right. I'd also want to recognize some more of our founders here and our investors. And right after that, I will come to the back of the hall. We have Samson Esemwede, Zrosk Investment. Please, a round of applause. I'd like to please ask that we just keep clapping as I go through the names. Samson Esemwede, Zrosk Investment. Nike Ogunjimi, Kuramo Capital. A round of applause for Nike Ogunjimi. And when we call your name, just wave at us, please. Bankole Oloruntoba, Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. Can we see you? Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Tosin Faniro Dadap from Briga. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being with us. Toyin Sani, Emerging Capital Partner. Can we see you here? All right, thank you so much to everyone who has, one of our investors who are here. We're going to keep introducing you as we proceed with today's activities. All right. And now, to give the next presentation, I'd like to please ask that we give a round of applause for Register as Register comes forward to present. We've eaten now, so the energy should be more. Thank you. No weapon fashioned against your presentation shall prosper. Register. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Hi. My name is Rukayat Bello and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Register. I welcome you all to Register, an inclusive digital platform focusing on the 600 million underserved markets in Africa. Once upon a time, my mom was an unbanked micro-business owner who lived in Orile Igomu, a rural community in Lagos, Nigeria. Her daily sales was between $10 to $50, and she saves between $1 to $5 on a daily basis, which she keeps in her piggy box inside her shop. On a fateful day, my mom lost all her stocks, including her life savings, to an inferno. My mom could not make any insurance claim because her business was not covered. Therefore, she kept visiting one bank to the other to get a loan of $100 to meet the demands of her customers. But guess what? Her loan is always rejected because she had no credit history, no bank account, and no valid ID card. Because of this, her business failed. It was actually a very difficult time for the family to survive, and I almost dropped out of the university. My mom is not the only one facing this challenge. According to International Finance Corporation in 2023, there are over 600 million micro businesses in Africa, and only 20% have access to bank loan. The financial inclusion gap is projected to hit $500 billion in annual revenue, with annual growth sales of 12%. Growth rate, I mean. My team has over 30 years combined experience in the banking industry. We do not only understand finance, we understand innovation and risk management. Using our collective expertise, we've been able to build Register in 2021 as an inclusive digital platform to provide quick, easy, and simple access to financial services for my mom and other micro businesses in rural and peri-urban communities in Africa, as well as the immigrants and refugees. This is our mobile app. It is powered by an advanced data science and artificial intelligence that instantly underwrites and disburses loan to people with no borrowing history. Our users can open an account, save their money, and generate financial records through our well-trained community agents. Then our customers can use our USSD code for balance inquiry, loan application, and enter recharge. We make money through interest on loans, processing fee, business incorporation, and many others. We understand the fact that we have a lot of players in this field. But why is Register different? We are different because we are the future. We focus on the micro and nano businesses with daily sales of $5 to $300, which is the biggest market in Africa, and they are the most neglected in the society. We are affordable, quick, and easy to access. We also make use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and alternative data to award credit score to the unbanked customers. We are also like a typical VC firm that provides pre- and post-investment support services to these people. Then lastly, we nurture and structure the micro businesses from a point where they have no bank account to a point where their businesses are registered, and will help them determine their weekly income. This is my mom, Iyaruka. She is the first and one of the best customers in Register, and I'm happy to bring her back to business. We've also been able to replicate the same solution. So over 4,000 micro businesses. We've processed transactions of over $1.5 million and generated revenue of over $150,000. We are hoping to raise $500,000 so that we can have 30,000 customers, 600 agents across 120 communities. In as much as we want to grow the micro businesses, we prioritize women the most, just like FSDH and With Capital, because we believe they are loyal, committed, and faithful to grow their families. In conclusion, we say no to over 20% of our current customer base on a daily basis, and these are the qualified customers. If we get this investment today, our no is going to be a yes, and they are going to turn our customers by tomorrow. And that's why we are calling you to join us in building another unicorn startup in Africa that will not only guarantee the return on your investment, but also create economic and social impact globally. I am Rukayat Bello, popularly known as Madam Grassroots. Thank you.
Well done, Rukayat. I love your enthusiasm and your passion. Just a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Most banks have this, agency banking model. How do you see it? And they are targeting the same customer base you are targeting. So I guess they are your competitors and they have a larger platform. How do you, let's say, partner, collaborate, or work with them, or see the opportunity? How do they not become competition, for you as a micro business?
A very fantastic question. So the traditional banks, or the mainstream bank that we know today, they have agency platform. But what they do is just to open an account and abandon the account. Yes. You open account, then you abandon the account. But in register, you open account, you save in the account, we give loan in the account, then we'll also help you to monitor your cash flow statement in the account. Yes.
Question number 2.
Go ahead.
Most POSs, and most fintech POSs, because this is actually what I do. Most of my fintech POSs, I have a fintech, he has POSs, he has 15,400 clients doing almost exactly what you do. In fact, for me, he had to come to me to sit down as a banker to say, you know what? I said, see, you're a bank. He's a microfinance. It's a micro bank without having a license. They are also your competitors. How do you see them as? Because they do a lot more than you do. With their POSs, in fact, they do betting. They do pay bills. They pay taxes. They pay and they receive. Now they have also added credit onto their, because the same person that will come to you do everything with you. So what do you see the future of your business with what you do?
All right, so we believe in collaboration. That's number 1. Then the POS that you are talking about, I can tell you categorically that those POS agents, they just do transfer, and majority of them did not do credit. Most of these POS agents, we are the one giving them loans at times. Yes, I don't want to mention names, but we give them loans. They don't have access to those people that give them POS. But if we get this type of investment, it's going to help us to unlock further funding opportunity so that we can get our microfinance license, then give them POS. Just like register, we give them credits. They can do all sorts on the POS. And aside from that, maybe I forgot to mention this. We are also building a third-party API for the POS agents that you just mentioned. They don't have core banking, but on our system, we have core banking software for our third parties. Thank you.
Read my mind, because I was going to say, how do you plan to use technology as an enabler?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So I absolutely love your energy.
Thank you.
I think you'd make a great pastor, actually, at a church. I'd come, So I think just a bit of feedback from me. I think that the barriers to entry for your business are quite low, which is often in my head, when I assess companies, a bit of a warning bell. I'm not quite sure yet what your USP is, but I appreciate you had just 5 minutes to do this. But I can't quite see the USP between yourself. We've got an in-house app, Invest Niger, things like that. I'm not quite sure how you differentiate yourself. I still didn't understand it from your responses. Also, your name is a bit confusing.
Rukayat.
No, not your name. Your business name.
Register.
I wasn't quite sure. I was like, is it Reg Exter?
To register, to include people financially.
I get that, but the X is kind of, it threw me off a little bit. But that's just a personal thing.
All right.
So I think what I'm seeing is a lot of the people who are coming up on stage, they remind me of the North American companies during earnings season. Everybody was throwing out this buzzword, AI, 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 and they were seeing, an uptick in their share price the next day. And you all are sort of reminding me of that. I'm not fully following how the language models or AI is supporting your business. I think it sounds sexy to say, but the follow through is where I kind of get a bit confused. So how is AI powering Register or enabling you to serve your customers better? So that actually is what I would like an answer on. But overall, well done. I really love your energy.
Thank you so much. Should I explain that?
Yes, please. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. For the first question, you talked about differentiation. Of course, we are going to the grassroots, and people call me Madam Grassroots, fine, because they see the passion in me. So we give loans as low as 10,000 naira, business loan, to those people who need it. A lot of fintechs will tell you they are doing the same financial inclusion, and they are giving loans to, as in 4 million naira. Who does that? You are overtrading them; they will never pay back. So you give loans to those people who need it. Economy, this Nigeria economy is somehow. The people that are badly affected are our customers. And that's why we are sticking by them. We give small loans and they pay back like a job the following day. You understand? So, I'm sorry. So it's like save to collect another one. That way you see them want to like, I want to pay my money, I want to pay my, so that they can collect another one. That is number one differentiation, because we go down. And because I'm a chartered accountant, we've been able to integrate accounting into banking system for these people, where people will tell you financial literacy. We are not calling it financial literacy, we call it business support. That way the Yalata in your area can begin to say, I want to curb expenses because registers are coming for me tomorrow. We can begin to say, Iya Wasiu, you wouldn't be able to do this. That way they begin to think about it. We are doing extraordinary. Aside from giving them loan, we support them, we stand by them. I love post investment. Thank you. Then for the AI, I forgot to mention. Now, the same Yawasi that I'm talking about, I won't use Yawasi, but I'm going to use Yaruka, which is my mom. Now, when my mom lost everything, she has never borrowed before, but that doesn't mean she's not a good customer. She went to Bank A and they said, Yaruka, because you don't have this, we can't give you a loan. Had it been, we have registered, then Yaruka would not suffer. So what we are going to do is, oh, Mama Ruka, we are so sorry with what happened to you, because you don't have all of this. Have you been paying your shop rent? Have you been paying your children's school fees? Have you been paying tithe and offerings? Do you have business card? It's not a must you have a valid ID card, and that's why they are in tiers. Therefore, our AI enables us to profile our customers in tiers. We have 3 tiers in register. Tier 1 are customers with nothing. They cannot collect more than 50,000 naira, just like Yaruka. Then tier 2 customers are customers who now have bank accounts with register, BVN and a valid ID card. They cannot collect more than 100,000 naira. Then tier 3 customers are customers whose businesses have been registered on our platform. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mine is just a comment, not a question. I don't have a question for you. Really well done.
Yes, sir. When
you came up, you took a deep breath, and I thought, she's afraid. But clearly I lied to myself. What I wanted to say to you is hopefully a very important thing. Here we are in Ikoyi, in an air-conditioned room, and what you're talking about is totally abstract to many of us. But very sincerely, and with the benefit of experiences that I've had, in listening to you, I don't know what Register is, but it makes me interested to want to come and take a walk with you.
Please come.
So, sharp woman. We'll make an appointment for that. No, and well done for that.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now very quickly we're going to our next female founder. Please, a round of applause for Agriac.
Good evening, everybody. I'm wondering if I can have enough muscle to be as dramatic and eloquent like my previous speaker. But I am me. My name is Dana Mayaki. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Agriac. And at Agriac, we are digitizing commodity trading and payments in agriculture. I and my colleagues and co-founders have experience working with renowned companies like Cellulant, Thrive Agric, USAID, and Dangote. And over time, we have come together to right the wrongs that we have seen or we have practiced in these industries. So why are we doing this? I'm sure everybody is going to eat rice today, or you have eaten bread or some pastry. It starts with a wheat farmer or a rice farmer. And just imagine Aminu or Amina is going to the market. Aminu does not know the price of the commodity, of how much he's going to sell his commodity in the market. He probably is going to pass through an aggregator who he doesn't know or who he's not so sure of. If Aminu goes to the market, Aminu does not know if that day is a market day or if he's going to get his payments that day or not. But anyway, the farmer has to eat, so he takes it to the market anyway. But you see this broken supply chain, this is the reason why there's food insecurity in Nigeria. And then the farmers are so excluded from what happens after they give their produce. So what are we now doing? How are we changing the game? So we are changing the game by fixing this broken supply chain, starting with the farmers and middle class farmers. We have introduced a platform that helps them to easily assess prices from wherever they are. Easily assess prices from wherever they are, bring their commodities straight to the market and get it sold. Market is guaranteed. We have a platform called Kasua, and on Kasua every day is a market day. We've done this over time. And this market, this commodity trading market, is a huge market. In Africa alone, it is over $300 billion. And we are taking about 10% of our serviceable addressable market. We hope to get to about $3.5 billion in the next few years. I'll just go forward. What we have done so far, we are 3 years in operations, and we have done over $8 million in these 3 years. And we currently have 13,000 active farmers with 50,000 farmers in our pipeline, and we also have aggregators and buyers, 1,000 plus on our platform. We currently are in 6 local governments, and we deal majorly with staple foods. In case you're wondering how we're able to churn out those numbers in very little amount of time. We make money from trade margins. We provide the markets from the farmers, and we make money on the back of that. Because we have a platform that has sort of organize this entire value chain, we have hopes of increasing our potential of revenue from this same platform and these same farmers and this same market. We have competition, but the difference that we have is that we have been able to put together commodity trading mechanism plus financial services, which none of our competitors have. And again, most of our competitors, none of them is controlling about 5% of, none of them controls about 5% of the market. So the market is still huge and still ready for more competitors to come in. But our differentiating factor is the fact that we have gone down to the grassroots, and we also have a combination of a marketplace and a financial instrument to the farmers, down to the farmers and aggregators. We are raising $3 million, and we currently have raised 600 out of that. We are raising to expand our current operations on the ground and increase the capacity of our technology. Again, we are a set of experienced founders who have experience across agriculture, finance, and technology sectors, and we have come together to right the wrongs and also pick some of the experiences that we have to come up with this system that we think is sustainable enough and is able to take us to the next level, positioning Africa and Africa's agriculture on the map. Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges. Judges, no feedback? Okay.
Okay. All right. Well done.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that, you know, for those who may be listening to you and wondering how did you make $8 million, I want to speak on your behalf.
Thank you.
In saying that in the commodities market, which has not been cracked in the formal exchange sort of setup, the size of those markets is tremendous. I mean, well over a decade ago, we did some research into some of the weekly markets in a particular state in the far northwest, and in each of these markets there was none that was doing a turnover of less than 117 million a week. and that was when the exchange rate was far healthier. So in that regard, I can understand the numbers from your perspective. And you did say in your presentation that you are trying to right some wrongs. I don't know what those wrongs are, but for those wrongs, there are a lot of wrongs in the market out there. And it would be very interesting to see how you can turn, especially that pipeline you have of 50,000 farmers or beneficiaries, as they may be, into people that operate on the platform and get extra value for the hard work that they do. So with that in mind, I just want to say well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other feedback, comment? All right, just to quickly mention that, hold on, need to sort out something. Okay. All right. So our next female founder, we're almost at the end of the presentation. Our next female founder, please put your hands together for Sycamore.
Good evening. Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. Am I controlling my slides? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Please, I want to confirm if I'm controlling my slides. Okay. My name is Onye Okonji. I'm co-founder at Sycamore. Next slide. Did you know that SME Did you know that SMEs in Nigeria contribute 48% of the total GDP of the nation? They also employ 84% of the total labor force. These statistics are from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, by the way. Yet only 1 in every 5 makes it to their 5th anniversary. If you think about all the businesses you know today, and there are 39.5 million of them sprawled across the nation today, in 2028, there will only remain 7.6 million of these businesses that are present, that would exist in 2028. This is a very sad outcome for such a resourceful sector. This is really as a result of macroeconomic and microeconomic factors. The macroeconomic factors are the fact that we exist in a very volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous environment. The microeconomic factors are really a funding issue. IFC posits that the funding gap in Nigeria alone is $29 billion. And this is where Sycamore comes in. At Sycamore, we've created a very simple state-of-the-art technology. Thank you. Very simple state-of-the-art technology via mobile, web, and USSD to create opportunities for SMEs to access credit when needed. We are different because we have laser focused on businesses in Nigeria to create other outcomes for them. We also have a financial literacy platform on YouTube that helps us to position as thought leaders in the financial sector. We also have an ecosystem where we have other products that we are proposing to the economy: loan friends, investment, wallet services. Our process is very simple. We have a signature vetting process that helps us make very quick decisions on all businesses to date. Our revenue model is simple too. We position in the middle of borrowers and lenders. That's where we make our money from. via interest and commissions. To date, we have disbursed $31 million and counting from an initial seed of $200,000. We've also acquired 100,000 customers in users, and we've grown 41x since our inception less than 5 years ago. Our financial efficiency is not a surprise. We have a great backing from a good governance structure led by Bade Aluko, our chair. Adeola Aziz is also on our board, ex-Deutsche Bank, and Oliver Nona, ex-Microsoft. Our leadership team, of which I'm sole female founder at, leads a very gender-balanced company with a resource pool of sector experienced staff. We are raising $10 million. And I paused there because what am I doing here? That's a great question. The $10 million is not in equity alone, it's also in debt. And that's the business that we're in, raising debt to give on to on lend to other businesses. We're trying to achieve 3 things with this money: tighten our cybersecurity, do further research into our homegrown technology platforms, and finally, to give out these SME loans to create new outcomes for businesses in Nigeria. We implore you to come on this journey with us to create a Nigeria where up to 5 or even 4 of the 5 businesses see their 5th anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Judges? Any feedback, question?
Well done. Maybe I'm a bit biased. I know a bit about Sycamore. You know, where do you, as a business, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time?
Great question. Thank you very much. Right now, from our presentation, right now we are just covering 4 states in Nigeria. We want to be able to expand across Nigeria, to be able to take advantage of the 39 million that we had mentioned earlier. But we also want a part of the African market. Just 2% of that market will be fine for us. So in 5 years, we want to be able to expand Pan-African and see other opportunities in the growing diaspora markets.
Looking at things like remittances and remittances. When you mention diaspora, I mean, inward remittances or remittances within the African space.
Is that a question? Oh, okay. I mean, if the opportunity is lucrative for us, we will definitely be open to it. Thank you very much.
We're done? Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sycamore. Very interesting presentation and an interesting name. When I first heard of Sycamore, I remembered the sycamore tree. Yeah. All right, at this point, I'd like to welcome our next founder. A round of applause for Terra Works. Don't be tired, we're getting to the end.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. By 2030, Africa will be home to 375 million African youths entering the labor workforce. While the West is experiencing a 10% decrease in number of youth population, we are having a burgeoning youth of 22% increase. In a few decades, these numbers will grow to 1 billion. That means Africa will be home to the largest number of young people. While our continent is plagued with unemployment, the whole world is looking at us as the next frontier to supply talent to the rest of the world. Okay. Yeah, while our continent is being plagued with unemployment, the whole world is looking at us to be the next frontier of African talent. According to PwC Brain Exports report in 2020, we have 3 major points that will make us to be the next world workforce. Number 1 is the internet connectivity. Number 2 is the access to the right digital skills. Number 3 is the platform. Imagine an African youth sitting in his house in Okoko and having access to global work opportunity. A platform standing in proxy, making sure that in the comfort of your home in Nigeria, you can access global work opportunity in San Francisco.
Would you, just to quickly interrupt, would you like to start again? We apologize for the technical glitch. All right.
No. I should start all over again.
If you like, whatever is comfortable for you.
Okay. So, while the whole world is looking at us as the next frontier to supply talent to the rest of the world, we have 3 issues to deal with. Over time, we've been able to address effectively internet supply thanks to investments from the likes of Google, and then digital skill acquisition. But there is a missing link. Where is the technology? Thank you. Where is the technology that will expose the African youth to the rest of the world? Imagine a platform that gives Ayo in the remote village of Oshun opportunity to onboard for free, list his skills, invoice his clients, collaborate with his clients, gets paid only on one platform. Our platform, TerraWork, is accessible via web and mobile app. It's convenient, it's easy, and it is safe to use. Of course, the market size is large. In 2020, the total amount of $1.5 trillion was actually disbursed to freelancers globally. And for us, in the next 5 years, we are planning to place 500,000 youths, which gives us a sum of $15 billion. How do we make this money? Actually, we charge a transactional fee of 13%. And of course, we are sitting on a lot of that data that can be used to harness policy as regard education and more. What are we doing differently? TerraWork is the largest aggregator of talent in Africa. From the comfort of your home, Amaka in San Francisco can access top-tier African talent, both tech and non-tech, and she can pay in any currency of her choice. TerraWork is the only African platform that supports 15 currencies, giving you the convenience to pay in any currency of your choice. And of course, this year, we are the only platform approached by Oxford University to partake in CloudWork reports, and we did you all proud. We come top 3, showing our commitment to #1, fair work conditions. Talent on TerraWork are much more happier than talent on Fiverr. Over the years, we've gained significant traction. We've paid over $1 million to talent on our platform. We service over 3,500 businesses across Nigeria, Europe, and more. And of course, we are proudly backed by Google. This innovative technology is being built by people that have great passion for African youth with cumulative experience of 60 years. And I myself, I'm an HR professional. I have over 10 years experience in HR. I've helped diverse businesses to build their businesses, leveraging my expertise in talent acquisition, employee management, and employee development. Our talent spread across Europe, USA, and Canada, and we service both startups, SMEs, and institution clients. We've partnered with notable institutions for our pipeline pool. We have 60% of talent on our platform with a bachelor's degree, and we've been able to successfully place over 6,000 of them. Our ask today is just $1 million to be able to link over 15,000 African youths in the global value chain and be able to reach a GMV of 6 million. Africa is the next frontier of talent. We would like you to join us as Africa takes its center stage in helping the world to pioneer their workforce. The youth are ready. The platform is ready. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, judges.
So it's such a pity. Can you hear me? Okay. It's such a pity that you're so nervous and not speaking into your mic, because actually you've got a really great product, and you should be so confident in talking to us about it. And it's a pity the technology kind of let you down, but okay. So I think, this is better. So I was saying it's such a pity because you have an incredible product. And so I think for subsequent pitches, just please speak into your mic and just be a lot more confident, because you've got an A1 product and you should be proud. I was going to ask, how do you sort of ensure, or who have you sort of tied into your platform as far as employers go? And then on the multi-currency remittances to your freelancers, who have you partnered with on the back end for that? And do their commissions, presumably there will be, do they eat into your revenues at all? Make sense?
Thank you. Really appreciate it. So we have several partners for payment settlement, and then freelancers actually paid payment transactional fees. So when we are paying out, the charges are actually passed to talent on the platform. So it's not eaten into our revenue.
And then I was asking the employers, how many have you onboarded to date? How do you continue to ensure that you're expanding the employer base?
Okay, for employers, we service over 3,500 to date. And our main go-to-market strategy is to partner with institutions where we can get them in large quantity. Institutions like accelerators, business schools where we have access to founders. That's how we are planning, and that's how we are expanding our employer base. And for us, the end goal is the export of those talents. So presently, we have few partners in Europe where we are helping them in placement, and then the whole system is routed through our platform. But we would love to expand that as well.
Well, the unemployment rate in Nigeria is quite high. For under 25s is even higher. For women under 25, the figure goes even higher. So I think you are absolutely onto a winner. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can we please put our hands together for her once again? We're almost at the end of this and closer to finding out who will cart away the grand prize of $10,000. And now it's time to present our next female founder. Please, a round of applause for Town Talk. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Folake Edu. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Town Talk, where we're empowering African businesses and governments using data and artificial intelligence. Okay, so data is the new oil. But unlike oil, data is increasing infinitely. The global AI market is set to contribute over $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. And with its growing economies and young population, Africa has the potential to capture 10% of this. That is $1.5 trillion. But unfortunately, companies across several sectors are losing a lot of money due to inefficient use of data. For example, take the African supply chain industry, losing $80 billion annually in lost, damaged, and stolen goods. Or even one financial institution can lose $40 million in chargeback fraud. All of this can be saved by unlocking the potential of data using artificial intelligence. So at Town Talk, we're using machine learning, generative AI, and local data from multiple sources, including our own proprietary sources, to develop the tools that enterprises and governments on the continent need to proactively manage their risks, drive growth efficiently, and get ahead of the competition. We are the Palantir of Africa. If you don't know this company, Google it. This multi-billion dollar company, just like this multi-billion dollar company, our data and technology has use cases empowering businesses across a range of sectors. Some of our solutions include a platform for supply chain operators to manage their risks as they move their goods from point A to point B, weather and security intelligence to farmers in remote areas via SMS to improve yield and safety, as well as even monitoring and predicting revenue leakages for government institutions. All of this and more is done using our infrastructure. Yeah, and we deliver this in two ways. Our platform, our SaaS platform, where our clients pay for access to each AI tool via a wallet on the platform, or enterprise sales, where we conduct bespoke projects leveraging our infrastructure bespoke to the client's problems. And unlike our competitors, we're able to achieve this due to our primary sources of data and flexible models which are customizable to our clients' problems. Since incorporation, we have generated over $700,000 in revenue, proving the robustness and accuracy of the technology. And we have a pipeline of sales and strategic partnerships to further accelerate this growth. And now meet the dream team. So I'm Folake, the CEO. I'm an operational risk expert with global experience. Disu is a risk management consultant with Africa-wide experience, and Tomiwa is a global AI and machine learning expert. And together we are building Africa's first dragon. Yeah, and we are currently raising 1 million in a seed. We've raised 10% of this, and the purpose is to drive our sales strategy and to enhance the AI capabilities of our technology. And so who would like to join us in strengthening the African narrative, one AI model at a time? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Judges?
Hello, Folake. Good evening. I think, if I'm to say anything, I think we demand a lot of data, and it is therefore very necessary to see a solution that leverages data from sources that I don't know, but like you said, you have your proprietary sources to actually make an impact. I don't know what you have, I haven't seen the product, but I think you're definitely onto something, and it's very necessary for a project like this or a company like this to be encouraged. You say you're going to be the next dragon. I pray and look forward to seeing that happen. Really well done, and best wishes to the team for this. This is necessary.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for her. Do we have any feedback? All right, thank you. All right, and we have Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm so sorry to be honest. Don't worry. I'd like to announce that we've come to the end of today's meeting. There's one more person. That was intentional. We have one more female founder who's going to be pitching, and she now has the best audio in the past few months. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Truck. Person featured today.
Hi. And COO of Truck. Businesses still lose over 5 billion. Take over a B2B of goods on a daily basis, but don't even have enough logistic people to deliver those things. They waste over 5 hours daily on manual workflows. And one time is Michael like Mr. Osun, who has 5 vehicles, only have I'm the co-founder and CEO of Truck, with background in project Williams has expertise in sales, business strategy and marketing. Williams can step slow to our next level. Combine our complementary skills into solving these problems, not just from a single lens, but most important.
Well done. You know, being the last person, I hope you don't. Maybe you had nerves all the way. Well done, and I like your business. I like your what you plan to do. You plan to scale, and you plan to scale across Africa. What do you think of? What challenges do you envisage in your scaling up? You currently are only in Nigeria, right? You have you serve clients in Nigeria. What experiences what will I say have you learned in the last few months serving those clients that will help you in serving the clients across Africa, since you plan to grow very quickly across Africa in the next couple of years? Thank you.
So if I understand your question, one is how are we going to scale, and then what have we learned so far? So I'm going to take it from the last one, and I'm going to give a very practical example. When we started our product, we started mostly as a B2C company, which provide logistic services for individuals. And over time, we had to pivot to doing B2B. And that's because we realized the fact that when it comes to the market and the scalability of our products, businesses actually suffer these challenges more. Now, the point I'm trying to make with that example is that as a startup, we continue to understand what the market needs as we go, right? So right now, what we continue to do is just continue to listen to the market and make sure that at every point in time we're creatively and innovatively building solutions, not just what we think is going to be nice, but what the market actually wants. And then in response to the second question is in terms of how we're going to scale, one thing we've also noticed is the fact that this solution, the problems that we're solving in Nigeria right now is not just a Nigerian problem. Is a continental problem and a huge problem. And across the competitions that we also listed as well is a continental competitions, right? And we've continued to study the market continentally and to make sure that at the point of scaling, the three products that we've actually spent time to build over the past 3 years is actually what the market needs continentally. And we are so confident that these solutions that we've built is not just a Nigerian solution, but actually a solution that the whole African and the logistics space actually needs and want.
Can we please put our hands together for Trump? As our judges are collating the results, can I please ask that we give a resounding applause to these women who are putting weeks of their time studying, learning, and preparing to preach today. Thank you for, I know it's for your business, but considering us worthy enough to put in all the effort that you're putting and showing up and showing out. So thank you and well done. And I know it sounds like aspire to perspire, but all of you are winners, really. I'd like to welcome our coaches. Our female founders, of course, had coaches who have guided them throughout this period and through this process. Some of them are in this room, some unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I'm going to call them all, and as I call their names, I'd like to please ask that we applaud them because they've given up their time and their talent as well. For those who are here, please come to the front. We'd like to have you here. Please keep clapping. Keep clapping. Doro Nareni, Kero Tamfu, Riwa Udoji, Tola Shumonu Balogun, Uche Oboy, Isioma Utomi, Chiamaka Ezewa, Bola Kero Siji, Okubwa Osakwe, Ayodeji Arikawe, Tade Payomi, Catherine Ashedofa, Ifumaya Owandiose, and Nneka Ikwozo. Thank you so much. What do you say to our judges? Can we make it louder? Thank you. Our coaches rather. Can we have the coaches come out for a group picture? We'd like them to come out for, okay, we still have some of the coaches coming out. Yes. Can we have the coaches, please? Please, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome Amaka Okechukwu-Okpara. Let's have a group picture with our coaches. And after that, I'm hoping that our judges, I know our judges will have to take one away, so sorry, would have collated the results, and we can announce our winner, and we can all go home in peace. Just to say that we also have a conference tomorrow, so for those of us who have invites to be there, we look forward to having a wonderful time. Can we all once again say thank you to our judges? 1, 2, go. Thank you, judges. We're incredibly grateful. All right. So now that we've picked our judges, I'm sure that they have the results ready. DJ, please give us some music Ladies and gentlemen, I have in my hands our top 3 founders. I announce the 3 and automatically I'll announce the winner. But before I do that, I'd like our judges to just give us a quick explanation as to some of the things that we're looking out for whilst judging and arriving at the scores that you've arrived at. Thank you, judges.
Okay, good evening everybody, good evening once again, and I want to say well done to all the ladies who have presented here today. You are all winners, even though you don't win the money. Like you see here, there are actually a lot of investors here. So one of the things I was happy about is some people were not pitching for here, they were pitching, they were already getting ready for their next pitch. And I'm sure, you know, we have at least, if I counted, between 6 and 10 investors here who are also looking at you. They did not also come here to play. They came here to put their money where the mouth is, if to say that word. So I'll go right on to the criteria we use at arriving at today's winners. One of the things we looked at was idea, innovation, and feasibility. How innovation your idea, is it an original idea, is there a need it's filling, and how have you approached it? The competence of the team, and I mean a lot of you could see some your presentations had talked about competencies, the scalability, market size, and potential. A lot of you had plans for scale. From where you are, you've looked at the market size. How do you plan to scale the business from where it is? Traction, what have you done thus far? And then 2 other criteria, but will I say less, you know, of importance to us, was pitch quality. We also recognize the fact that some people could be nervous, so it was not a major criteria. And willingness for us to write a check. And what does that mean? That speaks to us. With your pitch also, we are looking at it as angel investors. At the end of your pitch, how willing are we to write a check? And at the end of that, we came out with the results, and all of us, the results across us are unanimous. So there was no conversation. Everybody imputed their scores, and that's good. And thank God for technology. The scores arrived at a figure and of figures for each of the presenters, and those were the scores that were collated and will be presented here today. So thank you everybody. Like I said, this is, and look at it as a start phase of your journeys or your various journeys, and there are still a lot of investors here who are also going to speak with you after this session. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, judges. Without further ado, let's head to the moment that we've all been waiting for. This is where I'm asked DJ to give me suspense music. So I'll give you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Coming in third, we have 2 businesses. There's a tie. And one of the businesses coming in third is, please put your hands together for Town Talk. Congratulations, Town Talk. No, just stand on the way with us. It's okay, it's fine. We don't want to stress you. Congratulations. And Town Talk is tying with Sycamore. Congratulations, Sycamore. Coming second is a female. Put your hands together for the one, the only, Agriark. Congratulations to Agriark.
Destiny, I have waited.
Okay, now I'm getting nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of today's event. I want to say thank you to everyone who has stayed till this time. My name is Olive Emody and I've enjoyed being your host. I'm tempted to walk away, so it's going as I haven't called your winner. Carting away the grand prize of $10,000 here at the Female Founders Growth Demo Day is Kunda Kids!
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Leads me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe.
Next year, see more founders doing more. At this point, I'll have to welcome Amaka Akbar to please come give us a closing address. How will you start
the best.
Come forward to give us a closing remark.
Alright, so I don't know if, so thank you all. Louisa, can you say something very quickly?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Amanda. This has meant so much to us as a business. And not only as a business, but just our mission. This Founders Program has been absolutely invaluable from the fantastic coaching that I've had, from the conversations you and I have had, and the in-depth, feedback and input into this pitch deck. I'm so thankful to a lot of people in the room that have just been our supporters. We're here to really change, not only just to grow a great business, but to change an entire experience for a whole generation. So thank you so much. I'm speechless and incredibly honored and thankful. Thank you, Amaka. And thank you to the whole team. Consistent support and encouragement. Thank you so much. To be among such incredible female founders is such a privilege.
Thank you so much, Louisa. So, we've come to the end. But actually, it's not the end. This is just the beginning. You saw that coming. So thank you all. I've had a lot of fun. I want to say to the founders, I'm inspired every day by the quality of founders that we have on the program, on the dedication and passion, on the businesses that you're building. This is truly just the beginning. And I'm very happy. Thanks to everyone who showed up. Thanks to the coaches. Thanks to the judges. Thanks to the people in the ecosystem that have come to support. Thanks to other investors that showed up. And again, thanks to the partners, to IFC, to FSDH. Thanks for everything. I think this is just the beginning. We're all on a mission to showcase the bankability of female founders and to bank them, to ensure that they have the funding they need to supercharge their businesses. So let's get them that funding that they need. So once again, thanks. This is the fun part, or another part of the fun, which is networking and their drinks and there's food. So look forward to some engaging with a lot more of you. But thanks a lot once again.
Thank you very much once again.
We need to take a
with all the founders? Yes, can we please have all the founders out? We would like to present certificates to the founders. So we want Mohammed from IFC to please come out. Dennis from Business Banking FSDH, and Amaka from WIFCAM.